Hello to Zed and JJ. Yo to you too. Yes, well, we've started and we will be, well, we are live now, so we're just waiting to load the game up and we'll get things underway. So we're going to actually do a full run on the Bakerloo. We're not just going to go from Queen's Park, we're going to go from Elephant and Castle. Then of course when we get to Queen's Park we'll have to change over to the West Coast Main Line so that we complete the run to Harrow and Wealdstone. Welcome aboard, by the way. Thanks for watching, and I hope you are having a good Sunday afternoon. I'm also trying a new microphone as well, so I hope that we've got the sound levels right. I've done a bit of a test just to try and get things into some sort of order. But it's always that balance, trying to make sure that you can hear me clearly and that you can hear the trains loud and clear as well. And if kind of one or the other isn't quite working out for you perfectly, please let me know. So let us choose we'll choose the West Coast Main Line one. I don't think. My pleasure. Yeah, it's always good to see and hear from people, yeah, glad you're watching. Thank you. And so we're going to start off. I think we'll do a peak time-ish service. So we'll go for where are we now? So we're going to go from Elephant and Castle. So we need about 7:30ish. We'll make sure we're actually on a proper Harrow and Wealdstone train. Should have picked me service before I started, really, shouldn't I? There we go, 7:26, that will do us. Change the weather to custom, although through the tunnels it's not really going to matter massively. Hello to Liverpool fan. Well, I suppose it's probably a good time to be streaming then, really, because Liverpool played yesterday, didn't they? Was it? Yes, they did, didn't they? They've had a good start, I believe, at Crystal Palace, was it? I used to be so interested in football. I don't seem to watch as much these days. What's going to be the first DLC? And I think there's a good chance, actually, that it's going to be the Just Trains route, Preston Carlisle, hopefully. There then. Oh, I'm in a bit of a strange position here. Hang on. This is the way I like to do it normally. We like to kind of zoom down on it. That's better. So control key is, you know, I can normally do this straight off. Getting stream nerves here, I think. It says we're in. Kevin, what are you doing? Don't normally have this problem. Like to get that set up and to cut off so that we can open the windows. We hear the sounds a little better there. Right, we are on. I don't know what I'm doing there. I don't know why that was kind of not as easy as it normally is. But not to worry. We'll set that up to Harrow and Wealdstone. I think possibly as well we've got the October live stream coming up as well this coming week. Is it Tuesday, I think? And it would be good to know what's going to be talked about then. And I mean, are we going to get news finally of what the Alan Thompson route's going to be? I think possibly so. They did say October, so hopefully that'll be a thing. Ah, right. Yes, right, okay. Well, I have to say I've always had a soft spot for Newcastle United, actually. Zed and JJ. I've always thought it'd be lovely sometime. I mean, I support Stoke City, but we don't exactly go in for winning trophies either. But it's a team like Newcastle. One of these days, it'll be their day to win a trophy. I'm quite sure about that. Right, we are off and running then. So we're kind of 10 mile an hour. I've put this patch in incidentally. It kind of makes the tunnels hopefully look a little bit better. I like to put the lights on through the tunnels, which is probably a bit unrealistic actually, but I think you can see the track a little better. So, I mean, I know the drivers wouldn't have the lights on, but I like to do this. I think just to see a blank tunnel without the tracks just feels a bit weird. Now we can go up to 25 mile an hour. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to hear about all the new stuff that's coming out really. I mean, I'm primarily myself interested in UK stuff. I don't know about you guys, but always looking old and new really. I mean, I'm looking forward to the Just Trains one because I very much was around in the 1980s and I love the old electrics. Good to see the spark incidentally off this Bakerloo line stock. We didn't get this on the old version of the stock when the line first came out. Yikes. I feel old to pot, I don't know why. I'm usually quite reasonable at driving this train. Here we have got a green signal. I'd love to know, sitting in the cab in real life on this particular unit, how well can you actually see the line ahead? Yes, I think we might have to wait for a while for the bit. Well, of course we've already got Milton Keynes to London Euston, but would be good to see other sections of the West Coast Main Line put in, wouldn't it? We want Milton Keynes up to Preston, really, don't we? Or at least perhaps the Birmingham bit put in at some point, or the Northampton loop. But you can still play it on Train Sim Classic, which is all good. A welcome aboard as well to Mason. I've just spotted up there as well. Slightly better. I think what I'm just going to have a slight fiddle with, I've got some new earphones plugged in, but they're not quite, the sound isn't quite coming through right for me at the minute, so hang on a minute, let me just try. I don't know whether that's better or not, but hopefully the sound is coming through from your side. Hopefully that's okay. That's better, I think. Okay, so embankment next. Well, it's perfectly possible to do Milton Keynes to Glasgow Central, but of course you have to do it with Train Sim Classic at the moment, and it takes a few routes because you need the Trent Valley route, you need the Alan Thompson Midlands and North West route up to Preston, and then Preston to Carlisle is West Coast Main Line over Shap, the old version at the moment, and then West Coast Main Line north for the full journey up to Glasgow Central. I'm fine, thank you, and how about yourself? Still love these stations. I mean, it's not perfection, I think, but I think there's one or two variations where they're supposed to be like a bendy bit. Piccadilly Circus, is it, I think? And it's straight in the game, or vice versa. But I still think they got real atmosphere. Oh, I know what we haven't done with this train. I just thought, we thought about putting the lights on the cab, but our poor passengers need some lights as well. That's better. Yeah, good to hear that. And how long have you been a Train Sim World or Train Sim Classic or whatever incarnations you've had? Have you just got Train Sim World 5, or have you been using it before? So we head towards Charing Cross, and we do have to bear in mind we've got the 20 coming up. I think that is actually after the platforms. And we are running slightly late. Possible thing to try and keep to time to. I mean, much as though I like the Train Sim Classic London Underground routes, and we'll have a look at them over the next hour or two, but I would like another London Underground route for Train Sim World. Kind of hoping that Just Trains might do the Met line for Train Sim World. But it's still pretty good for Train Sim Classic, as we'll see. Yeah, you run it on PC or console. I mean, I run it on PC. Generally not had too many problems. I don't know so much about the console side of things. It is good that it's available for consoles. But it is a demanding game. I mean, okay, it's perhaps not as bad as maybe like Flight Simulator, where you've kind of almost got the whole world. good thing about being late is we're not hanging around absolutely ages at the stations. So we've got a 20 mile an hour out to Piccadilly Circus, then Oxford Circus is next. Now, we did spy a little yellow signal in front of us. It's changed to green now, but that's just a reminder that there might be a train not too far away. And I always think driving on the tube, it's not quite like driving a network rail train or a national rail train where you get the AWS, you get a ping to remind you about the upcoming signals, and you're just not, it's not quite as easy. You really do have to keep a sharp eye out on these signals. I have, thank you. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. A bit of Sunday lunch, and did a bit of ironing before we started. I thought, let's get the Sunday afternoon ironing done. And I have got the sound mod installed as well from the Train Sim community website. Again, for the PC, there's some brilliant mods that really do improve the sounds, because the original Bakerloo line sounds weren't fantastic. I think some people said they'd come from the 455, you know, the 455 EMU, and didn't really sound anything like the Bakerloo line trains. There is just that feeling at the moment with the weather that we are turning gradually towards, very much towards autumn and winter. I mean, it was lovely my part of the world yesterday. Ah, excellent. Well, you can't beat a good Sunday roast, can you? Lots of people do go for a bit later. Try and have it a bit earlier, really, or as early as possible, which is kind of why I've got this stream going at 4 o'clock. Right. I'm in England. I'm in the Midlands, between Birmingham and Manchester. And what about yourself? Head towards Regent's Park. I still haven't properly sorted out these new earphones. I thought I'd got everything set up absolutely perfectly, but I can hear the sound of the train, but it's slightly muffled a bit. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Yes, well, last Sunday I did a full run from London Euston to Birmingham New Street via Rugby. We didn't stop at Rugby as it goes. I think we did on the return journey, and I did that with Train Sim Classic. We did Train Sim World as far as Milton Keynes, and then through to Birmingham via Rugby. Baker Street next, and you kind of feel as though it's the most iconic part of the route really. We've already done Waterloo, one half of the name, and shortly about to go through Baker Street. Trying to make up my mind whether I prefer these new tunnel panels. Again, it's a little mod because the square panels that you used to see were again not very realistic. And from what I can gather when I've read a little bit about the representation and how dark it is, apparently it's pretty real. It is pretty dark down here in real life. And so you see some of the YouTube videos. There is one where they kind of put a torch to light things up a little bit, but that isn't kind of how it generally is. See all the Sherlock Holmes motifs at Baker Street. Felt as though we came in there a little fast. So Marylebone is next. For years I've always called it... What did I used to call it? Well, I don't know. I've only recently learnt it's pronounced exactly Marylebone. Marylebone I used to say. But that wasn't right. I believe it's Marylebone. I like it when you just get a little glimpse of the other tunnel. Great noise of the flange as well as you go around the corner. I was going to say going round the bend, but not quite got to that stage yet. Edgware Road is next, and that is an interesting point as well because we are doing a run later on the district line from Edgware Road to Richmond. That's third in the list. There is really such an up and down speed limit. So the plan is, Z and JJ, I'm going to take this through right the way through to Harrow and Wealdstone. And then when we get to Harrow and Wealdstone, we're going to swap over to the Met line and do a run from Watford through to Aldgate. Some of these passengers just don't know about staying behind the yellow line, do they? You would think they'd have a bit more sense when the train was approaching. So there's 3 tube runs in the pipeline, and then I'm going to finish off, but it'll be a couple of hours away yet when I return to Train Sim World for the Overground, for the run from Barking, Riverside to Gospel Oak. Yes, indeed. I mean, I've never got round to doing it, but I must do a video at some point. The idiotic behaviour of Train Sim World Passengers, and it's something that, I mean, it's quite funny in a way, but it's quite silly in other ways, and it's something that really Dovetail Games, if they could get a grip on and improve, it would actually improve on the realism. Having said that, I guess you talk to a real London Underground drivers, and you watch Dale Charman and you hear some of his thoughts. He does a brilliant YouTube channel. Love to watch him, and he talks about some of the stupid things that real passengers do. This is a busy old station, Paddington. The one thing that we don't yet have set up in the game here is the route hopping on the old Bakerloo line, but I think there will be coming up fairly soon. But again, busy old cross-section Paddington with, you have the Met line, the Circle line, and the District line, I think, as well. The Hammersmith and City branch, or whatever it's called. And you've got a underground platform right set amongst the main line part of the station. So Warwick Avenue, we are getting not that far away from being out in the open. And then we will switch to the West Coast Main Line for a better view of the line across to Harrow and Wealdstone. I mean, it was a bit frustrating when it first came out, because you basically were alongside the West Coast Main Line and you didn't see any traffic at all. But now it feels like a real railway. Yes, indeed. I've been on the tube many times when it's been the middle of summer, and on a hot summer's day it can be very, very hot and unpleasant. But I guess I'm lucky in the sense that all my journeys on the Underground have always been for leisure purposes, and it's never been, I've never had to commute or anything like that. I guess if you're stuck in a crowded peak time commuter service every day, you would not enjoy it. So Warwick Avenue, and then I think there's one more station, isn't there? Is it? What's it called? Kensal, Maida Vale. Yeah, Maida Vale, Kilburn Park, Queen's Park, and then we will carry on then with the West Coast Main Line version of this route. Hello to the Roblox boy. Thanks for watching. That's a game I've watched videos on. Roblox, isn't there either coming out, or I'm sure I've seen some videos of Roblox of the... Is it Roblox with the... No, I'm not thinking of Roblox, am I? With the Elizabeth line. I think I'm thinking of... Oh, crumbs. Or is it Roblox? I might be thinking of Roblox. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, hope you are, and you want to like and subscribe to the channel, I'd be absolutely grateful and really appreciated. If you click on notifications, then you'll be advised when the next videos and streams are coming up. So Maida Vale, and we'll soon be out into the open. We're doing this a bit too fast. Oh, yikes. There we go, didn't do it very well there. We've got a crazy driver on board. I'm blaming these funny headphones that I haven't quite got right yet. That's my excuse. I think at some point we're supposed to be getting the route hopping. Well, we've got the route hopping already, but you can only go from the West Coast Main Line at Queen's Park across to the old Bakerloo line. You can't do it the other way round, but hopefully that's going to be a thing fairly soon. It should do. If you're on the channel, as long as you're logged in, you should be able to subscribe, hopefully. And thanks for the like, by the way. Ah, thank you very much. Thank you. That's really appreciated. So we're about to see daylight. I think there is a limit if you're driving these for real in a shift, the amount of time you can actually spend underground. We are climbing rapidly uphill on this stretch, but then of course the speed limit comes down to 15 miles an hour. So we'll try and take roughly the similar train that we should be doing from Queen's Park. I mean, it was a shame as well that they had the old catenary in as well. This was from the Great Western Express line. Here's the old scene at Queen's Park. See a couple more units up ahead. And we've got a southbound one going through to Elephant Castle. Ah, excellent. Yeah, fantastic. Oh. Right, try unlocking the left-hand doors here. Yeah, welcome again. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for your support. So that should be the end of this scenario. We're just about 8 o'clock, so we'll have a look at something from 8 o'clock to continue the run through to Harrow and Wealdstone. Of course, as far as this is concerned, it wants me to carry on, but I prefer to do it in the new route. And I'm just going to have one more go with these headphones as well. Right. Still not got all the lines, the DLC installed yet. I must get round to doing it. It's a bit of a slow process. So I'm just going to set it back to September so that we haven't got those funny brown trees. So we were looking for a roughly 8 o'clock service. The closest, I mean, we've got that one. We'll go for that one, the 8:06. I do own the Blackpool DLC, incidentally. It's a fabulous route from Just Trains, but again, I haven't got it installed at the moment. Must get that in. I think my part of the world where I live, I mean, we've got fibre broadband, but it's not as quick as it can be. That's a bit more like it. Right, so we'll unlock the doors. Left hand side, of course, and we'll set that through to Harrow and Wealdstone. We'll remember this time to put the lights on. Set that into forward. So we've just got to wait until, what does it say, 8:08. We've got a very full train as well, you can see there. Good when you can see the outside a little bit better. I didn't spot what the number was on the previous unit. I'm guessing it's probably not the same. I think the grand plan, hopefully, will be on Sundays. So I'm not 100% sure yet, but I think try and make this Sunday at 4 o'clock a bit of a regular thing. I've done it for the last couple of weeks, and if you get the chance to have a look back at some of the older streams over the last couple of weeks, then by all means take a look. There's plenty of other content as well. I've been going since about Christmas last year. I shut the doors? I've forgotten though. Yeah, I did, yeah. Not moving, am I? What am I doing wrong here? Ah. Schoolboy error there. Good to see a Watford DC line train in front of us. This is going brilliantly well here. Right, doors locked that side. Doors locked. No, we've still got the boat on the left-hand side. We'll get it. Right. Right. That's the plan. That is the plan. Right, so I've got the door shut. I've got to... This is embarrassing. Right. I've not been drinking, I promise. Now we just missed a 350 going through there. It should be a busy-ish old time. It's still peak time basically, 10 past 8 in the morning on a sunny autumn morning. So I'll have to keep an eye on those signals because of course that Watford DC line train got the path ahead of us. We've got another one coming into the platforms at Queen's Park on a Wealdstone service. I still can't get enough of this route. Yeah, it's funny. It's a completely different experience driving the train when you're actually trying to talk and look at the chat and everything at the same time. But these things will happen. Now, we can go up to 45, but again, we've just got to be a little bit careful because that last signal, of course, was a yellow. So what have we got here? It's hard to see in the sun actually, isn't it? But I think it's a green. But again, this wasn't a problem with the old Bakerloo line. It was sadly missing the Watford DC line services, so it's great to see them in. Another 350 heading towards Wealdstone. And we're heading towards Kensal Green. A lot of passengers are out here, isn't there? Both sides of the platform. So again, we've just got to be a tad careful. We've got the yellow. So we're not going to go waltzing away up to 45 miles an hour. Another train races us by on the West Coast Main Line. Not a fan of this flashing in and out on the tunnels. I think that needs fixing. Signal. Well, we've got to come down to 30 anyway. Right, we're on green, so we're okay. Head towards Wealdstone Junction. Change at Wealdstone Junction for the North London line, so services to Richmond, Stratford, Clapham Junction. Again, when the old Bakerloo line came out, I think it was 3 or 4 years back now, I think we had a couple of carriages or a couple of Great Western Railway trains in the sidings there, so it's good to see the 7-10 adventurers there instead. Okay, those models of those buses are fairly basic models, but they do the job. And of course, you've got the main West Coast Main Line to the right, you've got freight lines on the left, you then got the North London line going overhead. Really busy old place. Not forgetting all the big freight yards in this area as well. So Harrow is next. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, enjoy your dinner. That's all I can say. Because the one thing about Sunday, you've got to have that Sunday lunch. And the Sunday roast is the highlight of the weekend, I think. So enjoy. And if I see you again later, then fine. But if not, it's bye for now. Thanks for the company. And hello to Noah Parry. Hope you're well. I'll tell you what's confusing me with these doors. I mean, on the keyboard on the PC, it's Y for left, U for right. And when you then go to Train Sim Classic, it then becomes I and O. So I must try and get them set up so they're the same. Oh, we've got a Pendolino racing through there. It is indeed Train Sim World 5. So we're having a bit of a London Underground themed day today. So I'm going to go through to Train Sim Classic after we get to Harrow and Wealdstone and take a Met line service from Watford through to Aldgate. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, do what you need to do, Zed and JJ, because eating's probably the most important thing. But if you want to carry on watching, that's absolutely fine, and I'll be delighted, of course. The Stonebridge Park is next, so we'll get sight of that big office block and Wembley Stadium very soon. You can see Wembley in all its glory. I mean, this is one of the few lines really where you can actually share with a national rail service with the Overground train. And of course, if you're driving the Ventry, you're getting the AWS pings all along, but because we're in a TfL, London Underground, old tube, it's the oldest tube stock, I think, in existence that's running on everyday service in Britain right now. I mean, they kind of operate to completely different rules on the tube. Just imagine if they had them fitted with AWS. Well, I did Zed and JJ. I've done that actually the last couple of weeks, and if you want to watch back, there's a couple of videos. The live, it's still under the live tab on the channel, but they are the past streams. So I've kind of done that the last 2 weeks. So that's kind of why this week I thought let's try and do something different. And in fact, I've done a Vanti West Coast last Sunday from London Euston to Birmingham New Street. And then we came back on the 350 from Birmingham New Street to London Euston, but via Northampton. Of course, if you were going to a match at Wembley Stadium, you would be getting off at the next station, Wembley Central. It's only about 5 or 10 minutes walk from the station to the stadium. I've stopped at the Premier Inn at Wembley quite a few times, and I've had a room just really overlooking the stadium. It's pretty decent. We have to be a bit careful here because we're going downhill, and then we've got that 40 mile an hour, and then of course we're uphill. We're actually coming off under the West Coast Main Line now, so we'll be having the West Coast Main Line on the right for the remainder of our journey through to Harrow and Wealdstone. yeah, have a look back, and of course if you look back on the old videos you can flick through them and play the bits you want to see. I was absolutely delighted when Dovetail Games announced that it was going to be the West Coast Main Line and Euston to Milton Keynes, and I can't stop playing it, I have to say. There is some mods going to be coming out soon for this route as well on the PC. There's a couple of people working brilliantly hard, and there's going to be a new timetable and stuff. But I've yet to have a run where I haven't been fascinated. Yep, that's fine. We made up a bit of time as well. I was a couple of minutes down going through the tunnel section. We're more or less on time now. Sorry about the cursor, by the way. Try and remember to keep it away from the middle of the screen where you possibly can. Hello there, Amazed Taze. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I mean, I've only been doing it for a few weeks. I've been doing live recorded videos on YouTube for a few months now, and there's plenty of content. And again, and if you're enjoying the video and you want to like and subscribe, then I'd be really grateful. And hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying your day. Why can't the weather be like this in real life all the time? I've never been a great fan of driving in train sim with the rain where possible, because you kind of want that utopia. You want the weather to be always like this, so let's pretend it's always like this in train sim. We're clear to green, so I presume, I mean, at the pace we're going, and I'm guessing we're just a little bit behind that Watford DC line train. Excellent, yeah. And again, you know, I mean, I can't, obviously, I know there's lots of people that have it on the consoles as well. It's great that it's on the consoles, but I think because of the mods that are available on the Train Sim community website, it really is suited for the PC. I kind of can't keep stopping myself from looking at the Train Sim community website and seeing, look, what's available now. And it seems as though something's been updated almost every day. There's some brilliant people out there, very talented. I mean, people have criticised this route to death, really. Well, some people have, but I love it. And again, the fact that you can download the sound mod, it just improves driving this train enormously. We've got another Bakerloo line train coming into view. I mean, once we've got the mod for the timetable, we're going to get additional Bakerloo line and DC line trains all over the place. Bit ragged there. But we're all right. I mean, those passengers on the front set of doors, they could still... they might be slightly on the ramp. Excellent, Amaze. I must admit, I don't know whether I've got the ability. I haven't really found the time, but if you can get into some of the editor stuff and create timetables, then it's well worth doing, and I'm sure very rewarding. I suspect a bit frustrating as well. I think the timetable really make it, and then there are a few bits and pieces, but I'm still enjoying it for all that. So Kenton is next. And what do you prefer driving? Do you prefer driving the Pendolino or the 350 or the Bakerloo line or the 377 66? I think what is good about this route, to be fair, is the fact that you can actually drive this variety, and it's not just about one train that came out for it. Okay, I know you had to pay extra for the 390. Yeah, well, I agree with you. And they've all got different characteristics. I mean, it's a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks back now probably, but I drove the 66 for the first time, and on a kind of on an incline, it's damn difficult. It takes a lot of working out. You really feel that you've got that huge weight behind you, and you can't over accelerate and put the thing into full power. It does take some working out. Yeah, excellent, and good luck with working with the timetable and trying to get to grips. And it's interesting as well seeing the people that have created stuff using the PC editor as well. I mean, we saw a kind of an extension to the Goblin line in the works, and one or two bits, I can't remember which station it was now, but on the North London line, and that looked very, very good. I think he even did Blackfriars as well. So there's some great things to come out, I'm sure, for free on the freeware side of things over time. I mean, I love the fact that you can just put any old train down in the game and you'll still have all the other timetable stuff going on around you. So, for example, when the 87 comes out, I'm looking forward to being able to do some of the that Friday, what was it called now? That Friday rail tour thing that they had for a few weeks, couple of months back. So being able to do the full run from Euston to Milton Keynes on the 87. Yeah, there are other... It just gets a bit frustrating, doesn't it? Just seeing the one... Just the containers. So, would be good to see some other stuff put in. I think we're okay, aren't we? We are signalled into the platform. And we are going to be bringing our first service to an end. That's a full run from Elephant and Castle through to Harrow and Wealdstone. I'll be interested to see if everybody disembarks here, because that used to be a thing with the old Bakerloo line. But I'm not sure whether they've completely got it right yet on Trainsim World 5. Yeah, doesn't it just? I'm really, really looking forward to Preston to Carlisle. And the Blackpool branches route was probably the best route that's ever been made for Trainsim World 5. So that's that. Let's just kind of take it onto the sidings, I think. Trying to think, does that say we've actually got the road or not? We've shut the doors, haven't we? I think we have, he says. Oh no, we hadn't. Ah. Oh well. Well, we're done anyway. We've done the service, so we're not going to worry about that. And let's move on then. Let's take in a bit of Train Sim Classic then now, and we'll go on to the Met line. So we're going to quit Train Sim World 5 for the moment. Let's load Train Sim Classic. So are you new to Train Sim World, or have you got a history with Train Sim Classic as well? By the way, apologies, it's all visual from me, or sound-wise from me. I'm trying to obviously operate and drive the train as well in the stream, so it's I don't have the chance to actually type stuff in. But thanks very much for everybody watching, and as I say, don't want to keep repeating myself, but of course people dropping in and out of the stream at different times, so it's kind of a question of saying, if you're enjoying the stream, then please like and subscribe. I'd be really grateful. Try and grow the channel. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd still do play Train Sim Classic. Well, you'll see that in the next few minutes when we move on to the Met line. I still like it, but I just feel like sometimes Train Sim World feels like you're in the real world, and then Train Sim Classic it feels more like going back to a game with the scenery, and also, I mean, I know like the West Coast Main Line doesn't have the absolutely full timetable, but it's still pretty comprehensive, and you can pick any sort of service. With Train Sim Classic you're restricted down to a few scenarios, and then the old Moan and Groaner courses you could spend half a day trying to download reskins that then don't work and trying to get the thing working properly, and then you load things up and it doesn't, so it's a bit of a nightmare really. So Train Sim World, load it up and you can play. So I think 2020 was when the Bakerloo line, wasn't it called Train Sim World 2020 at that time, and we had the Bakerloo line that came out. But it doesn't seem like that long ago, although it is 4 years ago now. I mean, I've been going back to Microsoft Train Simulator actually, which is nearly 25 years ago, amazingly. But I think this has been the best year for releases, really. I mean, it was good to see the East Coast Main Line coming out last year for Train Sim World 4, but you felt straight away they're doing the wrong section. It would have been great if they'd done King's Cross to Peterborough, and maybe that's going to be in the pipeline as well at some point. So we're going to do a run now from Watford on the Met line through to Aldgate. I've downloaded, I can't remember where I downloaded it from, but I've got a PDF to help me with some of the approach control signals because they're a bit of a nightmare. And they were realistic. I mean, I think the tunnel sections are now automatic train operation, but it's realistic from a few years back, and it takes a bit of learning. Yes, absolutely. And have you downloaded it all? I'll be honest, I've got absolutely loads and loads of content that I haven't done yet, because I mean, in my part of the world and being out in the country, we've got fibre optic, but it's still slightly on the slow side, so I kind of did it. I've done it in bits and bobs, and I've loaded back in the routes that I have really enjoyed, and I must do a bit more because you could easily do a couple of routes every night, and I'll get it all back up to scratch. How long did it take you to re-download 306 gig? Wouldn't it be good if we had that situation where you didn't have to do that every year? That would be amazing. Incidentally, one mod I didn't have in place for the Bakerloo line run was the auto announcer, and I'm still not totally sure about copyright, but we've got announcements on this, but this was supplied with the game, so I'm not too worried about that. So let's get this thing set up. So get that into Tripcot. We'll do the shift in E as well. And then let us find out what we need to put this in as. So that's damn good, 5 hours for that lot, I have to say. It took me most of the evening just to do the West Coast Main Line. Where are we? Train number 424. Then 215. This is the crucial bit, really. Okay, so we're about set up. I love driving the S7 and the S8.
This is Watford. This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Croxley.
And again, this was a fabulous route done by Just Trains. It's quite PC heavy in terms of the running. Sometimes the frame rates aren't always brilliant, but it's alright. It works. It's alright. I'm just praying that I can get all the approach controls in right, because if we get into the situation where we get the alarm going off, it's an absolute nightmare, this thing, to reset. Yeah, I agree with you completely. And you know, I mean, I know nothing about the way these things are done, and yeah, I'm sure there are good reasons for it. But hopefully, one year we won't have to do that every time. I mean, I suppose with the way technology is going, you'll get to the point where you'll probably download the whole content in 5 minutes, but we're not quite there yet. So we can kind of ignore the saying it's speeding a bit, because of course on the underground you could go up to the highest speed the moment you have the board, unless it's got a red perimeter around it, around the edge of the circle, then you know you're on under national rail rules. Yeah, there has got to be a better way, I agree with you. So 50 miles an hour is coming up. So we are obeying proper underground rules. We can legitimately go straight up to 50. It's still a fantastic route, I think, this. And I know the graphics aren't as good as what we get on Train Sim World 5, but it's still an enjoyable drive.
The next station is Croxley.
So Croxley Green, our first stop. St Croxley Green. It's actually just Croxley, isn't it?
This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Moor Park.
Doors closed. That gas light thing means the doors are shut. So the one thing we have to be really careful of here, we've got our first approach control coming up, and it's set at 29.9 miles an hour. So because it's not that far away, I'm just not going to go under 30, and we should be all right. But on the other side, we're on a downhill gradient as well, so you have to be quite careful. It's a little bit of a tricky one, this. That's the repeater, and that's the thing that... There you go, it's cleared to green, we're okay. And I did test the sound up beforehand. I hope everybody can still hear me all right, and the train isn't too low or vice versa. But it's always a bit tricky sometimes getting the exact balance between Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, thank you. Trying out the new microphone as well today. I always felt as though the old one sounded a little bit like I was coming down a phone line. I say new, it's just one we had lying about in the house somewhere. But I think it's alright. Let's go to Cheshunt. I always get mixed up whether it's Cheshunt or Chesham. But it has a completely different feel, this part of the... Well, call it the underground. But it's almost like... Well, it's part of the main line. Of course, the Chiltern main lines come into play as well. And a good evening to Christopher. Welcome aboard.
The next station is Moor Park. Change for Metropolitan line services to Amersham and Chesham.
Oh, I'm coming in a bit sharpish here, aren't I? But no, we're alright. We're okay. So, Moor Park. Ooh, we're on the money here.
This is Moor Park. This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Northwood.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think it was partly, I can't remember now, was it a couple of weeks ago? I recall you making that comment about the underground, and it kind of got me thinking it'd be quite nice to do an underground stream. I must admit I was absolutely delighted when... I mean, the original route was good when it came out, but then when they kind of upgraded the track textures, made the scenery a bit better, but the crowning glory was the announcements. Yeah, my pleasure. And I'm certainly always welcome to suggestions. Quite a while since I've done the run down the Met line, I must admit, so I'm a bit worried. I've got me signalling guide downloaded that I found a PDF somewhere. I can't find it actually. I was going to kind of put a link for it, but I can't find where on earth I got it from. But that bit between Finchley Road and Baker Street, I've done it loads of times, but it's kind of one that you need to get your head around. Hello as well, welcome back. How was the Sunday lunch? And I think we've got a sound mod installed here as well. I think it was a German site, and I think the sound improves the sounds enormously. I mean, you could almost do a shift, I think, on this Met line as well. With what Just Train set up.
The next station is Watford.
I was on the Bakerloo yesterday, Tom and my wife on the oldest stop currently being on the run on the tube. I like it. I feel like that sometimes, and I can sense people almost yawning with... Some people are very interested with the information, but yeah, there's a lot of people that aren't so bothered, but it certainly has my interest going, that's for sure. I mean, I'm fascinated because it kind of tallies in with when I was born. The Bakerloo line stock being the 72 stock and all that. I have the same situation with my brother. To be fair, my brother's quite interested in trains, really. He loves travelling on the train, but he has to endure hours and hours of endless conversation from me, and I think way above what he's really interested in. I always feel when you go on the Bakerloo line trains, it almost sounds as though they go and go at quite a rate of knots, but almost reluctantly. You feel as though they're showing their age a bit, but they keep on going. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's going back a bit, I think, isn't it? Yeah, they've just had the diesel gala, haven't they, at the Severn Valley Railway? I mean, I'm not too far away from there as well, and I have been on the Severn Valley many, many times over the years. Yeah. It's quite interesting to be able to drive the 1938 stock on Train Sim World, isn't it, as well, with the old livery. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, what I love about the Severn Valley Railway is there's character to every single station. You know, it's not just at each end of the line. And, you know, Bridge North has always been kind of the headquarters, but they've got such a lot going on at Kidderminster. But all the stations, Bewdley's got so much character and it's been used in TV dramas over the years. And think of that Miss Marple with 450 from Paddington. But every station's got a bit of character about it. It's a lovely line. And I'd love to actually go out and spend more time on them sometimes. I didn't go to the East Lancs. I made a point of going to the East Lancs diesel gala as well quite a lot over the years. I do enjoy travelling about in the steam trains, but I particularly enjoy going on the old diesels. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, it's like the classic old country branch line station. Remember watching a programme years ago once about the old goods train, where, you know, where it come in with the milk float and they would detach various bits and pieces and it would trundle up and down the line all day. Absolutely fascinating. Different world. Different world. And I suppose in some ways Kidderminster's the odd one out, really, because of course it's not like the old, of course the National Rail Kidderminster station's still in existence, so they kind of got their own version, but it still feels in keeping with the rest of the line. I've no idea why, but I don't know about, from my point of view, I can't hear the announcements anymore. For some reason, it seems as though the plugins, it was working at the start, unless I'm not getting the full sound coming through. Yeah, that's interesting to hear. I mean, the Goblin line again. I mean, we're going to have a run on the Goblin line a bit later on, actually. But it's such. I mean, you watch the old videos of the British Rail Blue days and before, and of course, way before the electrification. Am I right about the announcements, by the way? Because they were working at the start of the stream, but they don't seem to be playing anymore. Yeah, it still says it's loaded in. I don't know. Yeah, I love the smells of both the steam and the diesels, to be fair. But it is a jewel in the crown, I think, the Severn Valley Railway. It's impossible not to have a good day when you go to pay there a visit. I mean, wandering around Bridgnorth as a town as well is an interesting place. I mean, there's hundreds of heritage railways up and down the country. Yeah, I'd say so. I've been on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway a couple of times. And the last time I went, we were camping in Whitby. And I didn't even realise that it was a thing that you could get a train from Whitby and go all the way through on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway, and I think they still do that in the summer. And I think to actually do it and not know about it was even more of a pleasure. There is a point on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway where it really is a climb and you really felt the steam engine working its way. And of course TV connections with the North Yorkshire Moors Railway with Heartbeat. Yeah, that bit just coming out of Whitby, absolutely incredible. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I would hope, I mean, I'm guessing Just Trains, you know, they're nearly finishing up Preston, Carlisle, and I think they've already decided, I'm guessing, on their next route, and they'll probably be start building it pretty soon. It'd be lovely if it was the Met Line, wouldn't it? By the way, am I right about the announcements? I can't hear them through my earpiece anymore. They were certainly working at the start of the journey. I don't know whether it's just gone a bit kaput. Never known that happened before, but maybe in conjunction with the streaming and everything else, I don't know. Still not bad though for Train Sim Classic. Feels strange, doesn't it, being given 50-mile-an-hour speed limit on the tube. Yeah, they were working at the start of the journey. Strange old game sometimes. When we get to Harrow on the hill, I'll perhaps just close it down and then restart the pack again, just see if it makes a difference. I suspect it won't. Anyway, we'll get the Emma Clark announcements on the District Line run. Um, I've tried with steam trains. I'm not very good, to be honest. I don't know whether I get massive enjoyment out of it because of the fact you get such a poor cab view. Mind you, I suppose the Met line run without the announcements. I remember, was it last year? I think I was on one where the announcements just didn't work at all. So I suppose it happens in real life sometimes.
This is Harrow on the Hill.
Ah, they're working again.
This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Northwick Park.
There you go. That's Train Sim for you. Train Sim Classic for you, anyway. Really does have an interesting feel about it, Harrow on the Hill. Yeah, absolutely. I have tried that actually. And of course there is a auto announcer thing on the Train Sim community website which doesn't even need that. But I was a bit reluctant to put that on the stream because, you know, I still worry a bit about copyright and stuff. But this is okay because of course it was officially recorded. I'm probably overthinking it. And of course it's okay using the announcements on the district line because the guys at Backdated Train Sim actually got Emma Clark to actually record them for them, which I thought was fabulous. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll probably go into the next stop and find it's broke again. Won't be too far off, will we? We've got we're on the kind of the bit before Wembley, and then we go through to Finchley Road, and then we're completely underground then all the way through to Aldgate. Yeah, you pretend we didn't see that. Bit too sharp, the braking there.
Find the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Northwick Park. This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Preston Road.
They created such a array of assets though for this route. I mean, that's the one thing you can't fault with Just Trains, and they weren't just going to use some generic buildings. I mean, generally Dovetail Games pretty good on the station buildings, and you know, there's lots of other assets, and you know, with West Coast Main Line South they put lots of assets in, but there was a lot of other buildings that were a bit too generic-y, and Just Trains have kind of added massively to the library. So yeah, so what do we got? We've got Preston. This is kind of is an all stations one. You'll see the list of the stations there. Got Preston Road, then Wembley Park, Finchley Road, Baker Street, Great Portland Street, Euston Square, King's Cross, St Pancras, Farringdon, Barbican, Moorgate, Liverpool Street, and Aldgate. That's assuming that this particular driver doesn't make a mess up. I mean, because we watch, well, I say we, I certainly do, because I watch Dale Charman so regularly and his fabulous videos, you kind of think, wouldn't it be good if we could have the Piccadilly line on Train Sim?
The next station is Preston Road.
Yeah, he's superb, isn't he? I think he's...
This is Preston Road.
I think he's just got his 30,000 subscribers.
This is an
Which,
all-station
fair dues to him, he's done
Metropolitan
a
line
brilliant
train
job.
to Aldgate. The next station is Wembley Park.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing a southbound run. It's actually easier doing northbound. I couldn't find a decent... I wanted to do Aldgate to Watford, to be honest, but I couldn't find a daytime run set up in all the scenarios I've downloaded. Yep, certainly do. Don Coffey's videos, brilliant. I think he donates any earnings that is made out of that to charity as well. So, fabulous guy. Yeah, absolutely. We've done the... I haven't done a northbound run on the Met line in this, but I did do the... can't remember what time you joined, but we did the run from... to Harrow and Wealdstone from Elephant Castle at the start. And again, just a reminder, anybody watching, if you're enjoying the video and you've not subscribed and you'd like to like and subscribe, I'd be tremendously grateful. I mean, in real life, the times I've done this run from southbound from Wembley Park over the years, on holidays and stuff, and weekends away and all that type of thing, it's been many times. It's been built up massively, Wembley Park Station, over the years as well, with the entrances, exits.
The next station is Wembley Park. Change for the Jubilee line. Exit for Wembley Stadium and Wembley Arena.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And of course, to be fair to Dale Charman, I mean, I can understand why there is that massive interest. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a real tube driver doing it for real.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Wembley Park. This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Finchley Road.
think getting towards the 400 mark could be as the first target. That seems as though it's taken an age to get from 300 to 400. Of course, this is where we go quite fast. We're non-stop now to Finchley Road. I've got that cursor line in the middle of the screen again, haven't I? Apologies. Yeah, I agree with you. Amazed Taze. I'm the same. What did we used to do before YouTube came along? Some very talented people out there as well that create some amazing stuff. But it's good. I mean, like with the train stuff, it's just good to see loads of the archive stuff as well. And what's his name? Soybu Cow puts a lot of 80s old train stuff up, and always worth a watch. I was a bit too premature for this 40. It's good that they've put all these depots and yards in and around Easton, though. And you can get services that actually do start from Neaston Depot. And then we get 60. When do you ever get 60 on a London Underground train line? I think pretty much this is about the only place on the Met line. Of course, all these stations, you know, technically they've got platforms on the Met line, but they are effectively Piccadilly line stations. There's a couple of sound mods available. I mean, this is the German one. What's it? Railsim.de, I think, something like that. But there's one that Sam T did as well. But I think this is the better one personally. It just captures the rattles a bit better, but they're both good. And Sam T T has just done a sound mod for the 455, which is absolutely improved that no end. I was going to do a video actually, Waterloo to Hampton Court with the 455 with the new sounds, but it's kind of so stuttery out of Waterloo that I thought again I might have to have another go at that before I get that one uploaded. I love like the retail parks and the these buildings. I mean, there's a home base. Yeah, there's the home base, and then this thing on the left is a big Sainsbury's, isn't it?
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Very realistic.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Finchley Road.
Now this next bit,
This is
I will have to concentrate, and I've got my notes out.
Train to Aldgate. The next station is Baker Street.
And it's a while since I've done it. I mean, I did a run from Uxbridge to Baker Street. It was one of the first videos I uploaded just before Christmas. And I did that first time, but of course that was recorded, so I've got a little bit of leeway there. But I did manage to do it that time, but we'll see. So we're looking out for the first notable point as the end of the first single board tunnel. There's a yellow repeater, so we're looking out for that. 19.9 mile an hour is our first target. Tad dark actually, I don't know, can't recall it being this dark last time I did it. I must have messed about with the settings. Yeah, it's got to be coming up this. Yeah, there it is. That's the... so we're going to be 19.9. And of course, just to make it worse, you're on a downhill gradient, so you've got to constantly battle with it. There we go. So that's clear to green. We're okay there. We've got 39.9 is the second one. I always think that one is a little bit easier because, of course, they're all ATO these days. In this section, all the driver has to do is open and shut the doors. But this is realistic from a few years back. So what I tend to do with this next one is to just go... I don't see the point in going up to 45. Yeah, you see we've got the indication that we've got an adverse signal coming up. Yeah, that's cleared to green. So immediately then you've got to come down to 14.9. For this bit just before the next tunnels. I think we've cleared, haven't we? Yeah. We have cleared to green. Now this next one, I have to say, is an absolute nightmare because we have to come down to 4.9 miles an hour and it's basically on a blind corner. So I don't know if that's 100% realistic. Now that little white marker thing just before it is what's... Yeah, we're okay. Yay, we've done that one. We're getting there. First time I did this absolutely stressed me out. So I think we're pretty much good for, well, ooh, we've got to be careful here as well.
Bakerloo, Circle, Hammersmith City and Jubilee line. Exit for Madame Tussauds.
Yeah, we're okay.
Between the train and the platform.
I mean, I kind of took the view there. You just couldn't assume that it was going to clear because you can see there is a train in the bay on the left-hand side, so that could have had priority over us. And then, just when you think you've done, there's another one about halfway along the platforms here that you've got to be doing 4.9 miles an hour. And it's this thing here that is the significant thing. Right, we are cleared into the platform, so I've made it. I have made it. I just don't get how, as an everyday driver on the Met line in the days before ATO, you'd have kind of done that with your eyes shut. That'd help if we open the doors, wouldn't it?
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Baker Street.
Love all this modelling. I think it's absolutely superb.
This is an all-station
I love this
Metropolitan
lip.
line
Well, if we can
train.
get into the right place,
The
but
next station is
this bit that you've got in the middle. And it's exactly real as well. I think if we can get it right, we've got that amazing sign somewhere as well. The old sign. That's what I'm looking for, yeah. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So Great Portland Street is next. Just realised I've downloaded all the stuff about these signals, and I've only got it as far as Euston, so I'll have to bring it up on the screen in a minute for the rest of it.
The next station is Great Portland Street. Change for Circle and Hammersmith City Line services via Paddington.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
So Euston Square is next. I mean, I know there's not a lot to admire. Yeah, definitely right. I was just thinking the same, actually. Amazed Taze. I think the stations are beyond fantastic. And as I say, just looking around Baker Street, but every station, they've done tremendously well. Just fantastic character.
The next station is Euston Square. Change for London Overground and National Rail services from Euston.
And again, in real life, I've very much got off here many times over the years at Euston Square, and then walked the few yards across to Euston itself.
This is Euston Square.
Right, so at this point I'm going to have to find that sheet again. What have I done with it?
All stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is King's Cross and Pancras.
Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Yeah, I mean, this is the guide, and absolutely valuable. Just gives you all the information. So, for example, after Euston now, we've got a 34.9 mile an hour thing. It's like, really, it should be 35, but Train Sim can't quite cope with 35, so you have to be going under 35. Did I shut the doors there? Don't know what was going on there. I think I was a bit slow shutting the doors, maybe. And then we got approach controls into King's Cross as well, but as long as we're not doing more than 9.9 mile an hour on the last stretch, they tend to just clear anyway. You know, if you're kind of working on the basis that you're stopping.
The next station is King's Cross and Pancras. Change for the Northern, Piccadilly and Victoria lines, national and international rail services. Exit for the Royal National Institute of Blind People and the British Library.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
And as I think one of you was saying, you know, it'd be lovely to have it in Train Sim World, but it's still pretty damn good in Train Sim Classic.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is King's Cross and Pancras. This is an all-stations Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Farringdon.
And hello to Minion Gaming 221. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. We're on the middle of a Metline service we started out from Watford and we're on the way to Aldgate, and before that we did a Bakerloo line from where did we go from? We did a full run from Elephant and Castle through to Harrow and Wealdstone. And then next up it's the district line. We're going Edgware Road to Richmond. And again, don't want to sound as though I'm repeating myself, but again, if you would like to like and subscribe, I'd be really grateful. So I'm kind of doing two things here at the moment. I'm just keeping an eye on the my chart as well for these approach control signals. And it's slightly funny into Farringdon. I can remember years ago in the London Transport Museum when they had the full cab of a train, and it wasn't in those days a train simulator, it was just a video of part of the Met line, or it might have been Circle Line, I can't remember which, but this kind of bit anyway. And you know, being amazed by it at the time, little thinking that one day you'd be able to drive it in the train game. Probably being a bit cautious with these, with some of these signals, but just trying to make sure. Of course, I love the fact that we've got a version now where we can actually go through the Thameslink tunnels as well.
The next station is Farringdon. Change for National Rail Services.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
There is a draw-up signal here, which is .9, but I think that's with that brick arch coming up. Yeah, so that should now nicely clear to green for us. That's superb.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Farringdon.
And remember there being a
This is a
scenario.
station, Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Barbican.
There was a scenario on Alan Thompson simulation where you actually had a Thameslink train coming in on a Met line when you were doing a Met line service. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really appreciated. Yeah, it's really appreciated, the support, and I must admit, I mean, I've only been doing these live streams over the last 3 or 4 weeks since Trains in World 5 has come out, really. I mean, I've been doing videos train sim since just before Christmas last year, but I must confess, really enjoyed doing the live streams, and it's very interesting to chat to people and hear their thoughts.
The next station is Barbican. Exit for the Museum of Light. This is Barbican. This is an all-station.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. I'm pleased you've watched. You've been watching for quite some time, haven't you? So really pleased to see your support. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I look forward to doing another one. Hopefully next Sunday, 4 o'clock. Or we, sorry, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, isn't it? Live at 5. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose the textures there look a bit dodgy, don't they? I'm brilliant, thank you. Yeah. And I've got to confess, it's a lovely way of kind of spending a Sunday afternoon, really, rather than worrying and thinking about work. And it's just an interesting experience. Well, I've got the consolation now, anyway, at least, that if we don't make it to Moorgate, we nearly did. Not Moorgate, to the end point. We're not far off. We've just got Moorgate, Liverpool Street, and then Aldgate. But yeah, it's a good challenge, these approach controls. I was just surprised that when the game came out, they didn't release a guide with where the videos were. I knew Tom did. Tom did quite a few streams where he helped people out, and that was invaluable, but not kind of every section of every bit of the route. And I must admit, I can never fail to come into Moorgate without thinking about the bad crash from the early 70s.
Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Liverpool Street.
Yeah, not too bad. It takes a bit of getting operated. I mean, I haven't managed to get the monitors on every station, and to be quite honest, I don't think I ever will, but if you can get most of them in, then I'm reasonably happy. So just Liverpool Street and Aldgate then on this route. So we're getting there. And what I won't do too much is look at the outside view at Aldgate, because a time or two it's tended to crash at that point, the game. That's when it has sometimes dumped on me.
station is Liverpool Street. Change for the Central Line, TfL Rail, London Overground, and National Rail Services. This is Liverpool Street. This is an all-station Metropolitan line train to Aldgate. The next station is Aldgate.
Really is just amazing details, isn't it? I mean, I remember the Circle line coming out for World of Subways. In fact, I did a video on that again a couple of months back, and it's old. I mean, it's an old game. I think it came out about 2010, but it was kind of ahead of its time in many ways. I mean, the station models are pretty good. The passengers actually work better than they do on Train Sim World, because they actually get on and they don't kind of disappear and then sit down. They actually do sit down. So well worth, even though it's an old game, well worth a drive. I'm not going to go above 9.9 on this, because effectively we're not far off the end now, the platforms. Yeah, World of Subways still available. And you can drive the whole of the Circle line, but it's with the old D stock, I think it is. I mean, they did a few iterations. I think there was a Berlin thing, there was a New York thing, but one of the ones was it? I can't remember, 3 or 4 now, but they did do the Circle line, and you can go from Hammersmith. On the PC. It's on the PC. I'll say it came out about 2010. You can still buy it. I think I got it on a CD at the time. That shows how old it was. Yeah, it's on the PC. But if you get the chance, I mean, there's plenty of other people that have streamed it as well, but have a watch of the video that I did a couple of months back. Right, that was the last signal, incidentally, so we're all right now. We are going into the terminus platforms at Aldgate. And I always feel a sense of almost relief when we reach the end, because it does feel like you've achieved something going through all those approach control signals. Yeah, welcome back, Christopher, and I've made it. I have made it into Aldgate. I'm probably not on time.
Find the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Aldgate, where this train terminates. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change.
I haven't showed the inside view, have we? Well, I don't know what those people are waiting for. It's supposed to be we've reached the end of the line. Ah, scenario complete. Ah, there mustn't have been it mustn't have been timetabled. So, that's made me happy. Yeah, well, you know, I would if I could, but I'm actually going to take the district line now, so there's more driving to be done. Oh, I'm sure you're fine, Benjamin. I didn't spot anything with the comments previously, to be fair. But yeah, welcome aboard. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to close the game down, just simply because that run from Watford to Aldgate was a bit demanding on the game, and it might just crash on us if we just try and go pile straight into the district line. If I could find that PDF link for the signalling, then I'll perhaps put it in the description on the channel at some point, because it makes it from being almost impossible to drive to almost bearable. I might have missed the comment maybe from Benjamin, but yeah, as I say, welcome to the channel. So we're on to the district line now, and I've got to check my notes because I've always forgotten we've done that much. So we're going from Edgware Road to Richmond. And this was a pack. I mean, it's the backdated train sim route, which is very good in its own right. You do need the Met line to make it run. And this comes with the Emma Clark announcements. And amazingly, I mean, I think with the Met line, basically, TfL allowed Just Trains to sit in the train itself when it was empty and recorded all the announcements. But I think with the district line one, I think they actually got Emma Clark to sit down and actually record all the announcements for them, specially for the route, which is incredible, really. I mean, just to say on the English point, though, I mean, nobody should apologise for not using perfect English, because, you know, I think, I mean, I certainly don't speak other languages, so why, I suppose sometimes we expect everybody to speak other, to speak English. It's a bit of a British thing, I think, in many ways, but anyway, I won't go into all that. But yeah, fantastic. Welcome welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. So back into Train Sim Classic again. Well done, mate. Absolutely right. I do speak Stokey English. You alright, mate? How's it doing? You've got me off to a tee there. I certainly do speak Stokey English. I'm definitely a book rather than a book. But it's got two O's, hasn't it? That's my old argument. Right, so I think if I put RMD in, that's the idea with Richmond, then yes, it should show up the one I'm after. Yeah, one of these top man scenarios. I mean, we haven't got the approach controls to worry about with this, but there are adverse signals that we come up against, so that is something to contend with. Haha. There's the question. Oh, I'm Stoke. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I haven't been to a Stoke match for many years, but I'm not kind of like a massive hater of Port Vale. You know, I wish them every success. I mean, don't get me wrong. If Stoke played Port Vale in an FA Cup final, I'd want Stoke to win 10-0. Of course I would, but I don't have any bad feelings about Vale. Yeah, I think it's nice to see when both of them are doing well. Not very often it happens. But I was a season ticket holder with my father for many years, but I've not been for quite some time now either, since my father passed away. You always have these worries with Train Sim Classic, don't you? You think, is it going to load up? I mean, it's not quite as bad as the old Commodore 64 days with the cassette in the machine and waiting for the game to start, and you'd be waiting 20 minutes and then it'd come up with some probably syntax error or something, but very true. Yeah, I agree with you there, mate. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think that's a little bit dream world. I always remember the start of Euro '96, and Des Lynam started it by saying, "Hello, good evening, welcome to the final of Euro '96, England versus Scotland." And then he said, "Well, we can dream, can't we?" Right, so let's try and get this thing set up then. We'll get this into motion first. Tripcock on. I mean, it doesn't quite matter so much with this because it's not reading it off the game. I think the announcements will come up anyway. So I'm going to be a bit more not so bothered with this. I think did he say 217? And of course it says Amersham, which is, of course, absolute rubbish. Right, so that gives us a clue where the platforms are. They're on the right, aren't they?
Find the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Baker Street. When this train terminates, please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change.
Yeah, I think it's taken a bit of practice. I must confess this button pressing, and yeah, everything varies a bit. But you kind of learn. You learn in stages. I mean, I'd love to be able to drive all these trains completely hoodless and know where all the speed limits were, but it's a big ask. Now, these top man scenarios are brilliant, but you do have to be careful because there are red lights waiting and lurking. It's a great line, this district line as well, and as far as I know, I think they're still working on it, the District Line guys. I have got a power brake controller as well. I'm not using it tonight, but that adds to the immersion as well. It's just that with everything going on with YouTube, I kind of wasn't sure if I could do it all at the same time.
The front doors will not open at the next station. Please use other doors.
And I have to say, clever as though the game is, the one thing that doesn't happen, I mean, they were saying about the front doors not opening, but they do. It's not that clever. Well, I did a video on the District Line, which pretty popular a couple of months back. A recorded video, but people seem to be pretty interested by this route. And that, I think the run I did the other day was, what was it? Ealing Broadway to Wimbledon, I think. I thought I'd try and run into Richmond this time. The thing I love about the Tube is that shake, rattle and roll.
The next station is Paddington. Change for the Bakerloo line and National Rail services.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
The front doors will not open here. Please use other doors.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Paddington. The front doors will not open here. Please use other doors.
Okay, it looks a bit barren there, but at least you can see we do have, okay, there's no tracks or anything, but we do have Paddington Station.
Bayswater. This is a District Line train to Richmond. The front two doors will not open at the next station. Please use other doors.
Yeah, definitely right. And I mean, I think, you know, you could almost want and hope for all the underground to be done. I mean, I'd quite like to see the Elizabeth line in the game, but I suppose the problem is if you did it authentically, to drive it with automatic train operation would be boring, but I suppose you could have it so that it's overridden. But you kind of get the impression with these District Line guys that have put this route together that, I mean, it's been a labour of love for many, many years. Yeah, that's true. I mean, on the underground sections, you haven't got to worry about putting masses of scenery up and round and about. I mean, I'm waiting for the... I might have mentioned this, said this before, but I'm waiting for that dream world of a few years' time where you've kind of got the whole world represented and you come out to one of these tube stations and up the escalators and you actually find the world there all represented and you can go in the pubs and everything.
This is Bayswater. The front 2 doors will not open here. Please use other doors.
I think you'll find they did.
The next station is Notting Hill Gate. This is a District Line train to Richmond. The front 2 doors will not open at the next station. Please use other doors.
It really is. I mean, I haven't played on a flight sim game for years, but some of the videos, and it really is stunning. I mean, I think I haven't looked for a couple of years, but I think the last time it was kind of like looked amazing at kind of flight height for the cities, and then if you came down to low level, you kind of could see that it wasn't so detailed, but it certainly does give you that feeling of being there. And all the stuff around the terminals and the airports and so on, it's amazing, really. I'm still convinced I'm going to come a cropper on
Notting Hill Gate.
one of these signals that comes up that I'm not going to spot.
Will not open here. Please use other doors. This is Notting Hill Gate. The front 2 doors will not open here. Please use other doors. The next station is High Street, Kensington. This is a District Line train to Richmond.
So High Street, Kensington next. I mean, I always think the, sort of the Met Line, the Circle, and the District are probably the most interesting. This kind of cut and cover method where you only just below the street level, really. The stations are more interesting as well.
The next station is High Street, Kensington. Change for the Circle Line via Victoria and Embankment.
Wow, this is busy, isn't it? You've got this train there, and then there's another one right behind it. Of course, you can always give yourself a green tick and a nice feel when
High Street, Kensington.
you get the display there, because that means you've stopped reasonably accurately anyway. okay, it'd be nice to have custom sounds for those trains, but you can't have everything, I suppose. Sounded a bit like a drum kit, didn't it? I think it was this bit here that I did a little bit on the intro, because I love the flange on this as we cross over the points. Are we going too fast now? Yeah, way too fast. Yeah, we've got to be a tad careful because we've got that cautionary signal. Now that signal isn't ours, so we're okay there. What we got here? We're all right. We're on green. We're okay. We are going downhill though. So Earl's Court. Again, another great YouTuber, Jago Hazard, did a video on Earl's Court recently. He's got a fantastic narration voice, hasn't he?
Earl's Court. Change for the Piccadilly line and District line services to other destinations. Exit for Earl's Court Exhibition Centres.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's nice to be into double figures. Well, that's really good to see. Yeah, we could desperately do with a sound mod, I think, for the that's the D stock, isn't it, with the single doors? Remember them well.
The next station is West Kensington. This is a District line train.
We've even got moving lifts there. Who says only Train Sim World has got moving lifts? Love all those mind the gap announcements as well. Yeah, mind the gap. Mind the gap. And again, I mean, talk about, you know, they just put in the suspension on Train Sim World 5 and all the rest of it, but again, the bounceability on this thing is pretty good. We are going to meet up with the Piccadilly line soon, so we might see Dale Charman going the opposite way.
The next station is West Kensington.
Yeah, well, remember those D-stock trains.
This is West Kensington. The next station is Barons Court. This is a District Line train to Richmond.
Yeah, tremendous credit. I'm sure it's Emma Clark, the announcements that they put together for this pack. And she re-recorded them all afresh, especially for Train Sim. Yeah, I'll try to, definitely. And like I say, it's, you know, I'm from Stoke, but I do have a definite interest in the underground, and there is, I mean, we kind of covered most of the routes that are available, but I mean, even on the Met line, you can do all the branches. So you can go off to Uxbridge, you can do
Barons Court.
The gap between the train and the
Cheshunt, you could do Amersham. So there's plenty more possibilities, and there's plenty more on this route as well. Oh, and there's the, I tell you, a route I haven't considered for tonight, the old East London line as well. When it used to be part of London Underground, and that goes to Shoreditch, the old Shoreditch station. Very different now, the Overground line. I'd love to see the Overground line of there as well. It's an interesting part of London.
The next station is Hammersmith. This is a District Line train to Richmond.
Yeah, that's a Piccadilly line train coming into view. And another busy old station coming up as well, Hammersmith.
The next station is Hammersmith. Change for the Circle, Hammersmith and City, and Piccadilly lines.
So once we get
Mind the gap between the train
to
and the
Richmond on this route, I've got one more ride planned, and that's going back to Trains in World 5, but just a little, well, I'll say little, an overground on the Goblin line. Thought take an early morning ride because it's interesting, the lighting in the early morning.
Mind the gap between the train and the
I
platform.
mean, it's a bit low res there, but I mean, you can forgive that, can't you? Might even be my settings anyway, I don't know. Incredible detail. Absolutely amazing detail, look at that.
The next station is Ravenscourt Park. This is a District Line train to Richmond.
And again, going back to the mods on Train Sim World 5, I must say with the auto announcer thing, I mean, you kind of think, well, if somebody can put that together in a matter of weeks, you know, you think, why haven't Dovetail Games done something like that? I mean, we've got it on the 5 circle route to an extent, but surely it's something they could advance on.
The next station is Ravenscourt Park.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it is niche, isn't it? It is a niche market, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I can remember the early days of the internet. And I kind of thought it was only me. I thought there was nobody else interested at all in trains and... well, I knew there was plenty of interest in trains, but in train simulation. So it's kind of achieved incredible heights, really. I mean, when Microsoft Train Simulator came out all those years ago, I mean, it's...
This is a District Line train to Richmond.
I think it was the #1 best-selling game for a while. And then, of course, there was going to be a Microsoft Train Sim 2. And then they had this strange idea of Worlds of Rails, and they never really explained it, but it was kind of like, right, we're going to put all the tracks in for the whole world. Nobody ever really understood how that was ever going to work, but of course it never came to fruition. It was cancelled long before.
Is Stamford Brook.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
So Stamford Brook.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Stamford Brook.
Mind the gap. Mind the gap.
Yeah, guess so. Guess so.
The next station is Turnham Green. This is a district line train to
Yep, here comes
Richmond.
Dale Charman. I mean, that's the great thing about the way, you know, sort of Train Sim Classics expanded over the years, and again, not going to do it tonight, but there's that whole backdated North London line. You know, we've not only got the line Euston to Watford Junction, but then they've got the St Albans Abbey branch in and stuff like that. So the old Broad Street. I think it's kind of a hobby really, where
The next station.
you know you kind of want your own route to be in your own local area. I mean, waited years for Stoke-on-Trent to be in the game, and we've got a bit of it done now. We can do the bit up to Crewe, Train Sim Classic with Alan Thompson's route, but we still haven't got the bit between Kidsgrove and Stockport. And I'd kind of beg for that, you know, whether it was Train Sim World or Train Sim Classic.
This is Turnham Green.
And of course, if you know the area absolutely to perfection, you're going to look at every single building and say, ah, they've not got that building and they've not quite got that right. But I think, you know, you kind of have the custom builds for the
next
stations,
station
and you
is Gunnersbury. This is a district line
you have a
train
lot
to
of
Richmond.
decent looking buildings, then it certainly gives you the right impression. So this is kind of an interesting section of the line, and again it kind of harps back to the fact that we've got the North London line on Train Sim Classic, because when we get onto Gunnersbury, of course, we are on the North London line, and they share the tracks through Kew Gardens into Richmond. I mean, I never dreamed 20 odd years ago that by now we would have the vast majority of the UK railway network represented in Train Sim Classic in one way, shape or form. There's many notable exceptions, but there's a large section that has been done. I've been a bit cautious here because I've suddenly thought I've not been studying the signals, and I've just got this suspicion when I've done one of these journeys before, you were held just outside of Gunnersbury. I don't know whether I've done this run before. No, we're definitely green, aren't we? Okay, we should be slowing down massively though for the 15. And we're going to be crossing the Thames fairly soon. that building is on the right there? Is it something like
Mind the gap
something to
between
do
the
with
train and
the British Standards Institute, maybe something like that? Then you've got this curious station with 2 car parks on either side.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Gunnersbury.
And again, apologies if you've been watching this for
The next
video for some time and you've heard me say it umpteen times, but
This is a district line train
if you
to
haven't already
Richmond.
done so and you would like to like and subscribe, I'd be really grateful. See if we'll get any overground trains now. Class 378s on the last bit into Richmond. Yeah, I hope so. Hope so, mate. I think I haven't quite worked out other things I need to do. I think the live streams definitely, I think, will help the interest. I think I could do with putting up some more other videos as well to bolster it, and you know, I've got plenty of footage that I've recorded on trips. I mean, I did do a trip down to London a few weeks back. I've got some stuff at Wealdstone and Watford Junction which kind of goes alongside the West Coast Main Line, but it's just finding the time to put all this stuff together, really. I'd love to do it full time. That would be the dream. But very much enjoy doing it. I love driving the trains, and I think just talking about it, and I think chatting to people like yourself who've got an interest is fantastic, actually. Oh, I know. Yeah. I know. I mean, the time when it irritates you the most is when it's music as well. And some, I mean, sometimes the adverts can be put in fairly decent places in some of the videos, but you know, if you're playing a music, a song, and there's an advert in the middle of it, it just completely spoils it, doesn't it?
The next station is Kew Gardens.
Mind the gap.
So
between
here we
the
are,
train and the
Kew
platform.
Gardens, last but one stop on this run on the District Line. So again, no AWS, well, at least there is AWS. And now we are on Network Rail territory. Of course, when we go through those speed limit signs, we have to wait until the whole of the train is through before we can change to the revised speed limit, or go down up to the new speed limit.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Kew Gardens. The next station
I mean,
is
they are quite fun to drive. There are actually some great scenarios for this backdated train sim District Line. And there's some really challenging situations as well. I mean, actually, we haven't really had any adverse signals, but it's an absolutely brilliant route. So Richmond, our final stop. I mean, when I first drove the North London line when it came out a few years back for Train Sim Classic, it was that situation. You went through Gunnersbury going the other way and you kind of thought, wouldn't it be good if we could do the district line? Well, now we can. Probably slowed down too much now. Well, I don't think we've seen any overground trains coming the other way. Well, we see a South Western Railway train going through on a Reading service probably at Richmond. Love these sounds, I have to say.
The next station.
I mean, you watch a real
Richmond, where this
YouTube
train
video of the
terminates.
S7 or the S8
National
train, and
Rail Services. Please take your belongings
sounds
with
pretty
you
I think
when
the
you
sounds
leave
are
the
just
train. All
such a
change.
big part. I mean, yeah, you want the
Between the train
the
and
modelling to
platform.
look good, but really does make it when the sounds are just spot on. Coming into a fairly empty looking Richmond actually. Never quite understood why, but I do have quite a satisfaction of coming to Journey's End and coming to the buffer stops at the end of the line on a run. Kind of job done. Nice place, Richmond, as well, the parks and everything.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
This is Richmond, where this train terminates. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change.
Mind the gap indeed. And I can't remember if they used the Richmond line, the North London line station for the model, but yeah, as you can see, again, marvellous detail. So there we go. Well, that's that. And then, well, okay, well done, Train 478. Time for a break whilst the cleaners clear up the rush hour mess. Go grab a cuppa. Your next run is in about 45 minutes time to Tower Hill. Well, it's inviting, but I was going to do an overground actually for the final run of the stream tonight. So we're going to go back to Train Sim World 5, and then once we get to Gospel Oak, we'll close for the night. This music should be irritating by now, but I quite like it. You could switch it off, of course, if you want to. Quite dynamic. I mean, I love in the Overground London Euston to Watford Junction, but I just thought, well, it's quite a while since I've done the Gospel Oak to Barking Riverside, or, well, actually, I think we're going to go the other way around, but again, I'm thinking all the time I've owned it, I say all the time, it's only been out since about Easter, but I don't think I have ever done a freight service on it yet. I must rectify that at some point soon. So I'm going to do a really early morning one, because we're going to get those not completely pitch black, and hopefully by the time we get to Gospel Oak then it should be a little bit light, and let's see what the lit up stations look like. Keeps reminding me of seeing that picture. I must reinstall Blackpool branches. So here we are, Barking Riverside. Let's put some lights on. Let's see what we're doing. That's the key on, so we'll get that set to forward, then we'll get all that lit up. Of course, that 25 kV, we get that on the DC line as well currently. It's good how we can actually get close up to these panels as well now, so let's get, well, AWS we're saying is normal.
TPWS and AWS
And we need the vigilance onto normal as well. I can slide the thing across. The mouse is playing up here. Come on. Come on. Do shift and entry as well. Oh no.
TPWS
Yeah.
and AWS
That'll do.
operational.
Right, shut the panel. Okay, it just took my head off in the process, but never mind. Let's get the lights switched off because they wouldn't be on. And then I think we've got night lights on, haven't we? Let's see. Yeah. And I've recently reinstalled, well, the sound mod has been updated for TSW5, and I mean, it was pretty good, the sounds before, to be fair, but kind of makes it even better. Even better if we had the S8 when we come into Barking main station as well, and the C2C stock. I think the track joint sounds on Train Sim World sometimes can be amazing. Really does give that feeling as you go over the points. just thought go for this kind of early morning glow. Of course, it's kind of a bit blacker that way, and then you look this way and you've got the orange tinge with the sun coming up. I'm not a massive fan of doing nighttime runs because I think doing a run in pitch black is not exactly exciting viewing, not even to drive it particularly. I'm amazed by the skills of the driver when they know the locations of everywhere, even in the dark. Some of the detail on the catenary on this route are absolutely incredible. Of course, you've got Ripple Lane depot in this route as well. That's a good starting point for the freight journeys. I mean, I couldn't have told you where Ripple Lane was before this route came out. Yeah, we'll keep the cursor away from that emergency stop thing. Not totally sure what the rules are about hushing your horn this time of the morning. We're not even at 6 o'clock. And again, just to say, if you're not watching this live and you're watching the video back on another day, then put something in the comments, and you know, I'll certainly have a look at it, and I'll kind of you know, be interested to hear anybody's thoughts on anything at all, really. But really appreciating the support, and anybody that has liked and subscribed, that's tremendously grateful, and just encourages me to keep going and to keep believing that it's worth doing this. And I've certainly very much enjoyed these streams. Amazing station this is, actually, Barking. Actually missed the 4-star cop mark. Stop marker, I should say. Yeah, I hate the that's the one thing about the Unreal Engine, with the way the camera just lurches forward like that. I mean, you don't get that on Train Sim Classic. Okay, so that's barking. Oh, no. Have we got back to that situation with the doors again? Hang on. Yeah. Sometimes you go from Train Sim Classic to Train Sim World and then you forget your door open and close button slightly different. I mean, with a bit of gibbery pokery, I could actually change it so that I've got the same buttons on both games. But there is some catenary on this route that is actually on the West Coast Main Line but aren't in the game. They've done a really good job with the catenary. I mean, it's a relatively short route, but it's certainly is a good one. And we are heading downhill a little bit, so just got to be a tad careful with the brakes. I don't feel that I've played this often enough to really know it inside out. But again, it's when I've rode it on Train Sim Classic, I've got to say straight away that I'm quite bored with it. It's a lot better on Train Sim World. There we go, we have a barking Riverside train in the other platform. Ooh. I love the details in these stations. I mean, it really has been very nicely done. You do get this situation with these, with the stopping. You're supposed to be able to see the stop marker in that little quarter light there, but and you should be about halfway along to be absolutely accurate, but it's not. It's easier said than done, let's put it that way. Wanstead Park is next. Probably breaking the rules. I must have some Class 66 reskins, because that was a GBRF livery one that didn't come officially with the game, so that's quite good to see. But again, that was obviously held because of the stopping of Ventra service. See the early morning light. It's becoming lighter by the minute almost. I mean, again, we'll take that. I mean, I'm way over the stop marker really, but I mean the detail on the, you know, things like that with the steps. If we can get the camera into the right position, tremendous amount of details have been put in. Tell you what, he's doing well with that suitcase, isn't he? Walking up them steps. He walked up those steps with that suitcase as though there was nothing in it. Perhaps it was that Lord, what's his name, with the bricks in the suitcase out of Fawlty Towers, but mind you, they weigh a bit, surely. I mean, there are some bits of the lighting. I mean, I haven't downloaded the God mode and the one or two mods that improve the lighting. That can't quite completely fathom everything about that yet, and I will at some point. But there are times when you just think, wow, that looks amazing. And I think this kind of early morning, you know, when it's going to be an absolutely sunny autumnal day, we do get days like this occasionally, don't we? Then it is this lovely glow, I think. I love the fact that a lot of this run is over viaducts, you know, and again, the effort that in terms of creating this route must have been substantial. Wealdstone High Road. Hope we do get more of the Overground at some point as well. It's fascinating, some of these different parts of London. Oh, right, left doors. Sorry. I know what Dad Rail always says, it's kind of like you remind yourself as you arrive into the platform where you should be stopping, which side of the train you're opening the doors on, and you kind of say it out loud. mean, sometimes it can be just magnificent, can't it? Train sim world. You understand why drivers get breaks though after every so often? I must confess, I am getting quite tired now at the end of this stream. You know, you're doing it in autopilot to an extent. As demonstrated here. Coming into this platform way too fast. It's still allowed us, well, part of the train's in the platform anyway. Just wish the camera could be a bit freer, but again, you see amazing detail. So Walthamstow, Queen's Road, and I don't know the full ins and outs of some of these names, but I'm guessing there are other Walthamstow stations as well. Of course, we do get to a point where we do pass it under the East Coast main line, and you do sometimes see LNER or Thameslink trains going over. See, we're virtually in daylight now. Well, yo to you, start, and I'm coming towards the end of the stream actually. I'm not sure how long you've been watching. If you have only just joined us, then thank you. And again, not to keep repeating myself, but if you are enjoying this bit, then please do like and subscribe, and maybe just go back and watch some of the other bits of the video as well at some point, and some of the other streams as well. Oh, we've got one. We've got one. We're actually in the right place there. That's perfect. Yeah, there's just one or two glitches just with the camera that if they could sort that with the Unreal Engine, and presumably it's not possible, then it would make it absolute perfection. But love the detail. Can't imagine there's a gap though there in real life. I presume that's just because there is some goblins actually lying about on the ground for you to search for. I'm not a massive, I can't really be bothered to look for these collectibles. It's not really my thing. But I was kind of determined tonight that it was going to be not solely focused on the West Coast Main Line. I mean, I've been loving that route, but we've kind of done that in some detail over the last couple of weeks, so I thought, come on, let's do something different. So a bit of a London Underground with this Overground service thrown in right at the very end. I mean, there's been a lot of people who've mentioned about the 377 as well on the Milton Keynes to East Croydon service, and it's perfectly possible to do the entire run with Train Sim Classic thrown in as well. So don't hold me to it as to when, but I'd love to kind of do that at some point. And again, just apologies that I can't write the comments to the chat, but it's kind of a bit too much with driving and trying to concentrate on the driving, reading the comments from people, which is lovely to hear people's thoughts. Fascinating route though. It's only a few miles, but it's got plenty to it. I mean, I'm not 100% sure yet, but I was maybe thinking perhaps of venturing into Scotland next week, and there's obviously quite a few Scottish routes going on with Train Sim World. And, you know, there's a bit of Train Sim Classic to think about as well, with that lovely network Scott East route as well. With, you know, you can do things like Dunblane to Edinburgh, Dunblane to Glasgow, and Glasgow, Edinburgh, all sorts. Plus the 5 Circle. Well, not totally sure yet. Quite a few cars driving about at nearly 6 o'clock in the morning, but then probably doesn't surprise you. That's a scene and a half, isn't it? Lovely. So we've got to get down to 20. I think I can just about see the Morpeth. Well, it's not the Morpeth board, is it? It's the I can see the 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction. Yeah, completely agree. The Milky Way gamer. And I mean, I've played this route, you know, loads of times, but I just thought, let's do an early morning run like this. It's just coming light. And you do get that sense, don't you? And the graphics are amazing. Thanks again for watching. Get a bit carried away here. We can actually go up to 45. A bit slow to react. Coming towards South Tottenham. Cross there was indicating the fact that we've got a neutral section coming into play. It was kind of the advance warning for it when it's the kind of predominantly white with a black cross, then you know it's going to happen. Yeah, this is where it is. Oh, thank you very much, the Milky Way Gamer. That's really, really appreciated. Thank you. And hopefully, well, I'm hoping to carry on doing these Sunday streams because it's been tremendously enjoyable for me too, because I love driving the trains on the game, but just chatting to people like your good self just makes it even more entertaining. Oh, wait a minute. That shows I'm getting tired, you see. I mean, I'd love to carry on, but we are going to call it a day when we get to Gospel Oak. But it will, of course, be available to watch back the entire run. So just to recap, in case you, I don't know at what point you joined us, but we started off with a run on Train Sim World 5, and we did the Bakerloo line, a full run from Elephant and Castle to Harrow and Wealdstone. Then when we went on the Met line on Train Sim Classic, so that was Watford to Aldgate. Then the District line from Edgware Road to Richmond, and then finally this Barking Riverside, virtually in the dark at Barking Riverside, to Gospel Oak. Such a smooth train to drive, this 710 Adventurer. And if you have the game and you have it on PC, then it's worth downloading the auto announcer as well, and you can have all the authentic announcements modded in, and you don't even have to kind of do anything else. You just put it in the right folder, it's there. You don't have to play anything else to operate it, it just works. At some point we're going to pass under the East Coast Main Line, and it's around Haringey Green Lanes. I don't know if it's before or after, I can't remember. So if we're lucky we might see a train going over, but I suppose there's not. The chances of that fairly slim this time of the morning. Feels like we're crawling along, doesn't it? But it is 30 miles an hour. We'll try our best to stick to the rules of the land. And hello to Adam as well. Again, thanks for watching. And it's really good to see people coming in. As I say, I'm getting towards the end of the run because I've been streaming for, well, I started at 5 o'clock, so, but you can watch back. And again, if you kind of end up not being able to put any comments on live before we finish, then, you know, by all means, put some comments in the chat and I will do my best to respond. I think they really went to town with the detailed dovetail games on this route, because it is a fairly short route, but they did beautifully with the detail. Well, you don't really. It is literally just this route. This is the, well, I think it's officially known as the suffragette line now, isn't it? But it's Gospel Oak to Barking. There are plenty of other routes available on Train Sim Classic, but that's the extent of this one at the moment. If you've got West Coast Main Line, then it's worth having this route, because you can then both drive this Class 710 Adventurer between Gospel Oak and Barking Riverside, and drive it on the West Coast Main Line between London Euston and Watford Junction. I mean, there are editors out there as well on the game where you can actually build your own content, but, well, I'm not really the person to ask on that. There's a lot of detail, and you know, you'll spend months, probably years, trying to create stuff for it. Very sedate journey for the latter part into Gospel Oak. Again, anybody new watching and you've enjoyed the video and you want to like and subscribe on the channel, again, I'd be tremendously grateful. Now that's realistic as well, isn't it? I like that, because how often have you seen kind of Freightliners with sort of no stock on the back? And that's quite good to see, I think. I mean, often there's a mixture, isn't there? Sometimes you'll see a few containers, but not all of them. Right, I see, Adam. Do you mean you've got the free pack for train SimWorld 4 to 5? Yeah, I mean, you can in theory do Penzance to Paddington, but you need Train Sim Classic, and there's a million and one, well, not a million and one, but you need various routes and extensions to do it all in. But if you're just starting out, then, you know, I always say just build it up slowly. It takes a long time. And Train Sim World is kind of getting better. We're getting more routes, we're getting longer routes, we're getting new pieces of DLC. I mean, just as an example, London Paddington to Penzance. I mean, in Train Sim World 5 we've got the Paddington to Reading route, Great Western Express. But there's also Train Sim Classic, you've got Western Main Lines, and with that, and with the extensions, you could do a full run to Penzance. Of course, that takes hours in its own right. Hello, Alan ER, Azuma 800. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, I've got to call it a day when we get to Gospel Oak, because I started at 5 o'clock, so even real train drivers have to have a break at some point. So I'm going to give it a go, give it a miss. I'm thinking potentially, I have got an idea that next Sunday might be a little bit more ScotRail themed, and so that certainly would include the Cathcart Circle. There's no doubting about that fact, and that's one of the great routes, but probably not for tonight. As I say, I've just reached that tired threshold, I think. I mean, some of these autumnal looks in the middle of the day, I think it looks slightly garish, but in this early morning sunlight like this, that's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I love the Cathcart Circle now that we have Glasgow Central that's busy, and you've now got the Pendolinos. I mean, in some ways, the Cathcart Circle's a bit similar to this, really, because you've got all these short distance stations. Now, I think that's a reskin that I've downloaded. Yikes. Can we get to the other side? Oh, this is... It's a point that annoys me, really. The graphics. That is point... Yeah, it's a Greater Anglia one. Yeah, me too. I completely agree. I like the 380. I didn't like the 385 massively, but I think it could be a lot better if we could get some really good sounds for it. That's one sound mod that I don't know why it just doesn't quite do it for me. But I'm not a massive fan of the 385. I love the 380 and the PET, the 314 is a lot more old school. But I mean, Cathcart Circle when it first came out was just a shadow, really, because you got Glasgow Central brilliantly modelled, but it looked like a ghost town. There was hardly any trains. So now to see with all the trains, with the variety, you know, we've got the 158s, we've got the 380s, the 385s, the Pendolinos. It looks the part. I like the sounds on the 380 as well. I won't lie. Yeah, well, yeah, it's true. But as I say, I think we are getting to the point where people putting in these automated announcements, I don't really understand why Dovetail Games couldn't have kind of done them themselves. Maybe they will in time, but there are one or two things that not quite as good as they could be. Yeah, they just don't sound right, do they, on the Edinburgh Glasgow route, the 385s. They just don't sound right. What do you think about the... I mean, you're obviously interested in the Azuma. What do you think about the Azuma on Train Sim World 5 and 4? Yeah, well, as I say, there is automated announcements on there. If you're driving it on PC and you go to the Train Sim community, there's some mods, not all the lines yet, but they're working on it. Right. So do you mean that you're... Yeah, well, oh, I see. Do you mean on this particular journey? Yeah, here we are, terminating at Gospel Oak. I mean, I could do with a coffee, really. I'll jump off the train in a sec, and then we'll have a quick look at that coffee bar before we finish. Yeah, at least they got the branding and everything, didn't they? Would have been lovely if we got King's Cross to Peterborough though, and maybe the bit to Leeds as well, but maybe I'm just being greedy, I don't know. Leeds or York would be, you know, kind of ideal. I love those LNER videos where the real life driver took to the seat and kind of showed us what to do. Yeah, well, I have done, and I kind of thought, well, this week let's have a go on the Gospel Oak line, because I've done that in previous streams, the Watford Junction to London Euston. Thoroughly enjoy it. Thoroughly enjoy the DC line. And the automated announcements on the Trainsim Community mod do work actually on both the Gospel Oak and the Watford DC line. I just haven't got it installed at the moment. Well, I should really be putting it into neutral and all that stuff, but nice that we've got the other platforms represented. Yeah, absolutely. No, completely agree. I'd love to see King's Cross Peterborough, and if Moorgate be put in, that would be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? I love this. I like the fact that you can actually go in as well. And now, have we got my flat white? Oh, I don't know. I like a flat white, please. Do you do a flat white? You can have a one-way ticket speciality coffee, though. That might be quite nice. Yeah, definitely. I mean, in a way, that's what I like about the West Coast Main Line, because it's, yes, it's short. It's London Euston to Watford Junction, but it's got kind of so much to it, with the 350, with the 390, with the Watford DC lines included as well. I think they've done a good job with here as well. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? There's just some amazing detail. Don't think we can go too far up, but again, look at that. Even the orange on the arch painted in Overground colours as well. As I recall, the man in the ticket office doesn't seem to know quite what he's doing. He's playing around on the phone. He should be attending to customers, surely. Good to see we've got a train coming in on the North London line as well. Okay, they'd probably more normally be 378s, but we'll take that. Let's see this depart, and then I will call an end to the game. Yeah, I would love to see. I mean, there's so many routes. I don't think there's a single route in the UK that I wouldn't like to drive at some point. And Welling through to Moorgate. I mean, I love that underground section between Moorgate and Finsbury Park. Yeah, well, yeah, it is, yeah, and you're quite right. But I was kind of, this was the last run, you see. I kind of thought I'm going to slot in a run on the Overground at the end of the stream. But yeah, quite right. It's not really the tube, this, but it's quite interesting, the Overground. Bit of a bonus final run, I guess. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, well, you certainly can, can't you? But I'm going to give it a miss though with that, because as I say, I started out at 5 o'clock, so been going for a long time. It's been a lovely stream, really enjoyed it. Thanks for all the comments. There's been comments from people right the way throughout, so kept me entertained, and been interesting to hear people's views and questions and thoughts. And I thoroughly enjoyed all the runs on the Underground and finally with the London Overground. And just to say again, if you've enjoyed the videos and you've enjoyed the runs, then please like and subscribe. And if you're watching back at a later date, then please add some stuff in the comments. Right, what did you say now? Which route should I buy first? Class 313 in the East Coastway. Yeah, well, it's kind of like both really, because you can get the East Coastway with the 377, but then you can buy the 313 to run it, and then you could actually, if you wanted to, you could download a reskin from Creators Club and free roam it on the Watford DC lines, and you could do it in Silverlink livery. And again, it wouldn't be that accurate, but there's a 377 in Overground livery that you could represent for the 378. So again, thanks again for everybody for watching, and you know, if you put some comments in the actual video beyond the chat, then I will try and respond. But thanks for all the support, and again, just to mention it one last time, if you've enjoyed it, please like and subscribe. And until next time, probably be next Sunday. I'm thinking at the moment possibly a little bit of a ScotRail stuff going on. But until next time, from me, I'm Powerflower, trains and planes. It's goodbye and thank you. Yeah, thank you.